But we're going live. Hello everybody, how are you this evening? Everybody good? Give me a second, I'll just make sure we've got a bit of music. And just control that volume a bit. Hey, how's everybody doing? Cool, so we've got Ruben's World, Dr. Virus, Minecraft Transformers, Venomized Toothless. Ruben's World says, it's me. So, I haven't really got anything super planned for this evening. We might come up with a poll in a minute. Possibly thinking of fusing something together, like 2 characters or something. Dr. Virus has put the Lich King World of Warcraft as a dragon. Maybe? We'll have to see what people come up with, what we want to see in that. Ronald, hi and welcome to the stream. Is everybody having a good day, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are in the world? I thought for a slight change we'll have the kind of like the art setup element before we go into the document, just to yeah, just to make it a bit crazy. Minecraft Transformers suggests fuse G1 Bruticus with something else. Maybe. I am in the kind of mood to do a kind of like a fusion of some form with another 2 characters. Just need to figure out what 2 characters to do. Alright, give me a second everybody, I'm just going to put a link on Discord for the live streams, just to promote this live stream being live, and then we'll get down to what we're actually going to be doing. I do know GopherDude wants me to draw Loki as Cat at some point. I might use it as a warm-up sketch, depends how we're feeling, but we'll see what happens. So we'll do a poll. That's a bit frustrating for that.
Introducing the new Google Pixel 7 Pro with super red.
I can do 2 poll options at the moment. That's fine.
Nice website. Time to get the domain to match. Relax. Domain names. I own this. Nice.
Okay, I'll just ask a nice quick question. Fuse something or do something else. Hey Galahhound 19. Welcome to the stream. Just deciding what we're going to do, whether we fuse something or we kind of venomize them or something, or we do a transformation of something. Just something really so that we can have a bit of fun. Just wondering where I should also put the little pop-out box. I can move it about, so I'm just wondering what we should do. So I'll move it down near the bottom so it's not too... Yeah, that's probably going to be about right. Let's put it up here. so your messages can kind of like pop up and that. If Koi joins, I'll thank him for this because he's done a video today which shows how to actually make this kind of like little fancy pop out bit. That's a good point. The Lich King is, well, he does have a dragon as such. Right, I'm going to just do a few warm-up sketchy bits on here while we figure out what we're doing. Ronald Cornelius III says Jurassic Park Spinosaurs as a dragon or sea serpent. Potentially. I'm just going to adjust the size of that box so it's a bit more. Hopefully I can get this working a little bit nicer. Mango Man says hi. Venomized Toothless says Venomize something. Looks like something else is slightly winning at the moment, but we'll give it a few minutes. And in the meantime, I'll start just some warm-up brushstrokes onto the screen, just to. Not really drawn today, so I just need to get a few sketches out of the way on a few bits. Whatever we decide, I'll put up on my other screen here, and we will have it where I can use it as a reference what we're doing. Galahad19 suggests, how about Black Panther fused with Deku or some other cool anime character? Possibly. It's a tie at the moment. Oh, that's typical, isn't it? 8 votes and we got a tie. Yep. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, I've got something going on here. Give me a second. I believe what I've just moved has probably caused an issue. Forgive me for a second, guys. I'm just getting used to sorting out this new bit of a technology just to sort it how it should be, so it ties in nicely. But yeah, so it's a tie. Oh. Why do we have to have a tie? Do we need a tie break? Oh no, it's gone back to fusing some characters. Venomized Toothless is on. No, it's in favour of fusion. Venomized Santa Claus. It's a bit too early to do that. I think it's a little bit too early, Venomized Toothless, to Venomize Santa Claus. Venomized Hulk is overdone. Oh, I've got a question. Ronald asks, what's your favourite Jurassic Park or Jurassic World dinosaur? I kind of like the Velociraptors, to be honest. The Indoraptor, or the Indoraptor. Sorry, no, the Indigenous Rex. It was quite a cool concept. I quite like that from Jurassic World, but I think raptors for me are kind of my favourite from the first original series. They were really, really good. Yes, Venomized Toothless. It does need a little bit of tweaking, so where it's cutting the text off a little bit, I do need to work on sorting that out a bit. I'm just looking to tweak those settings a little bit so that it works a bit better. Just so that I can kind of crop it in. It's kind of new, but yeah, Koifish Gaming put out a video today on how to do this, so if anyone's interested for their YouTube channel, I recommend after the stream go check it out. It's takes like 10-15 minutes to set up, and it's really cool. The comment will be changing a little bit as we go along here at the moment, so just sorting a few bits out on this. It's I tried to sort this out earlier to make it nice and smooth, but technical things on lives. However, we will be doing, like I say, we'll be doing some drawing shortly. But I quite like getting these comments out as well. So it looks like fusing some characters as one on the poll. So we're going to fuse characters. Sonic with Star Wars. Ooh. Venomized Toothless. That is quite an interesting idea. What have I done with this now? Aha, give me a second. I believe that's much better. Can we fuse Sonic with Star Wars? That is a rather good question. Would you guys like to see Sonic with Star Wars? Because that's quite an interesting one. Galown suggests Naruto a spawn, and I've just got to tweak this to make sure it's long enough to take all the text. And then move this down slightly. Cool, I think we might have a position that's good on this comment bit. Appreciate you guys bearing with me while we come up with some form of idea of what we're going to be doing. In between the usual music, struggling. Can't be asking me already. There we go. So, I kind of like the idea of doing something Sonic related, but I don't know if that's just because there's a Sonic video that would have dropped a little while ago, or dropping soon, one of the two. What do you guys think? I do like the idea of doing something like Sonic as Star Wars or Sonic as something, or fusing two things together. Maybe we should go with Sonic. We've not drawn him in a while, but which character? Yes, Sonic Prime is also coming out on Netflix soon, and it might be interesting. Maybe we should do Sonic, but should we do Sonic or should we do Shadow? It's gotta be a hedgehog. Gotta be. So what are we all thinking? Well, I just do some pose sketches as ideas. I'm going to fuse Sonic with something, but Knuckles. Now, I think I want it to be a hero this time, Justin, and welcome. I do appreciate your idea is fusing Eggman with Philgax, which would be quite cool. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Ronald. Do a poll. I will do that now. Give me a second. Hey Koi Fish, welcome to the stream. Koi Fish, what was the oh damn for? Oh, we've got a few suggestions here. We've got Knuckles with Red Riot. We've got Galahound. Galahound suggests doing Sonic with Deku. Oh, I've discovered the end of the comment here, which is quite good. So I'm going to make it cool. That's quite cool. No worries, Koi Fish. That's not a problem at all. Shadows is quite a cool one. So Shadow would be fun to draw. I'm just gonna kind of get my mindset and my head round drawing some of the other stuff while I think about it. But looks like Shadow's winning at the moment. Although I will get a decent Shadow reference image up in a bit for me to do a picture. I'm just gonna that's the point. Here's a question for everybody. Should we have the image landscape, or should I do a portrait image of Shadow the Hedgehog? So we actually have a vertical image for once. I tell you what, 1 for landscape, 2 for portrait. Whack it into the chat now. So portrait is how it is now. Landscape is the other one. So whack that into the chat now. Portrait or landscape? Okay, Dr. Virus, no worries. Thank you for joining the stream, and yeah, jump back on if you decide or you change your mind. Oh, Koi had to be different. Okay, so it's good to be different, Koi Fish. It's very good to be different. So it looks like we're going to be doing Shadow the Hedgehog, which is quite cool. So we've got Shadow the Hedgehog. MT's Technic Corner says 2, and I believe that was portrait. So I think everybody wants to do portrait, which is fine. So we'll do that. We'll do a portrait one this time. So I just need to pull up a reference image. I couldn't agree more, Koi. I couldn't agree more. It is definitely next level. And before you got here, I plugged your video for how to do this. So I appreciate greatly your help on this, that little tutorial. It is absolutely awesome. Alright, let's pull up a Shadow the Hedgehog reference. I kind of know Shadow, he's kind of one of my favourite characters, but having a reference is always great fun and really useful to do. Shadow and Darth Maul. Ruben's World. That's quite an interesting idea, fusing Shadow with Darth Maul. We'll see what happens. Darth Shadow. And we can give him a red lightsaber. That could be quite cool. Alright, let's find the reference image that's got a good take on Shadow that we can use. Cool, I like that one. Justin says tonight's stream is going to be edgy. It's going to be a fun one. Darth Shadow says Venomized Toothless. Right, let's get into drawing part of this pose. So I guess I want to start with shadows, kind of like body and proportions, just to get a rough idea. I might even change up my style for this. So I've been wanting to do something for a little while on a portrait style. We'll just see what happens with this one. But either way, I need to kind of get a basic shape for shadows. Head down, so it's kind of like the right proportions. So let's get a good reference image. Oh, zoom in on it so I can see what I'm doing a bit better. I suppose since we're doing something Sonic related, what's everyone's favourite Sonic character? Have we got any characters that aren't in the movies yet that people like? Excuse me. So we've often got, there's characters like Amy, there's the robot, the Chaos character. There's quite a few actually. I haven't even gotten into the other dimension with like Mighty, Vector and Espeon and all that. Venomized Toothless says Orbot. Nice. Ruben's World likes Silver and Shadow. That's a good set of choices. I have to say Shadow's definitely up there on my list. Oh, Venomized Toothless. Metal Sonic. Do you know the original name for Metal Sonic from the comics? Goyfish. KO. Is that the Chaos Emerald one or the... Yeah, that is that the monster made from the Chaos Emeralds in the game? I see what to tell me. In the original comics, it was called Metalex.
Compare credit cards with Experian first. Don't do that.
Excuse me, there's adverts we can't get away from. It was Metalex. So Metal Sonic was kind of the original bit, but the Metal Sonic that you see in the more up-to-date ones was originally called Metalex, and they actually had this Mega Metalex, a giant version of it that made hundreds of these smaller sort of like Metalex ones to go against them. There was even a version of Knuckles as a Metalex. It's basically just a metal version of the character. It was incredible. It's basically, the design was really cool as well. I might at some point have to draw him, but yeah, it was definitely one. Oh, Koi, you mean the little blue guys that look like teardrops that run around? I think, if I've got it wrong, it's been a while since kind of like the KO bit. Ah, cool. Nice. No, that is cool. Let me just make sure the music starts in a minute. I kind of want to yeah, I might test a slightly different style, a bit more of a paintery style on this today. I don't know yet. We may jump back into what we've got. Cool, got music back. Let's have a bit of fun with this. I also want to put a lightsaber in his hand, obviously, because we kind of decided a lightsaber. So I just want to... work that in a little bit and just... kind of going to be a bit more loose and sort of like sketchy today. Try out a bit of a new technique, but at the same time just have some fun with this sketch being portrait. See what we can come up with in the end. It may turn out great, it may not, but let's just see what happens. Oops, wrong selection tool. I think I kind of want his ear to move up a little bit. It's a little bit out of place there. A darksaber. Do you mean like one of the red ones or the dark purple ones or something, or just a really, really mental lightsaber type design for the darksaber? I'm not happy with that side of his face. I think the nose is too far to one side. It's not sitting right for me. I can't do anything about the adverts, but we'll see what we're doing. I will look that up, Koi. You're saying like in The Mandalorian. So I will have a look when I get to that point. But just got to... I don't think his ear's right, that's the problem. His ears aren't... I know what's sitting wrong.
So go to Motion Array now to get everything you need to create stunning videos.
I need it to be more... Those eyes come up a bit more pointier, but... I tell you what, I'm starting this again. You know when you're not happy with something, but you need to... Need to just redo it, so let's do this properly. So we've got a circle shape for the head. We're flying down the middle. I'm going to start with his nose because that's the... interesting bit. Focus on this a bit more. That's where I'm going wrong. That's looking better. Welcome back, Ronald. Yeah, Shadow's a bit of an anti-hero. He's kind of like a... I wouldn't say exactly Deadpool, but he's a bit of a... Well, he's a cross between an anti-hero and a bit more like Wolverine in a sense, to some degree. Might have to try something. Squidge that iron a little bit. That's better. I'm using a whole set of tools I don't normally use as well, like liquefy and that. I kind of want to give this a bit more care and attention today. It will be a bit more of a paintery style, so I'm going to be doing some a bit unusual with my normal style. So we're just going to chill, have a bit of fun, and see what happens. Welcome, Jesse Martin, and I think you're on about my Ripjaws Kaiju I did in the last stream. So yeah, thank you very much. Did he? Ben, did he? I haven't seen this video yet, but it kind of is ironic that he's done a human anti-hero version, and we're going to give a lightsaber to him. Also, welcome back to everybody who was in the last stream, and anyone new to the stream, welcome. If you want, you can check out the Discord in the well, you can check it out from the description below, and I'm sure one of our mods can drop a Discord link into the chat at some point. Right, let's get this.
Looks bushy, feels itchy.
Try the barber club beard and skin oil with cedarwood oil.
That was a strange advert to have come up then. You cannot trust adverts on YouTube. Not at all. But as soon as that loads in, we'll have a bit of music. Awesome. Yeah, Shadow in the game on the Xbox. I can't remember what it was. As part of the whole story arc with these aliens that come, Shadow uses guns more than anything else, which is quite cool. But also, it's one of the few characters that actually will use a gun out the hedgehogs. My lines today are going to be a lot more sketch orientated, and I'll tidy them up right at the end. I want to give this kind of like a bit of a paintery feel if I can, so I'm going to do the sketch use that as a guidance for the colours and that, and then see if I can make it pop and kind of like come to life a bit more. I've got no idea how it's going to turn out, but it's worth a try, and I thought if I'm going to do it at all, I'm going to do it on a live stream. Kind of looks a bit more like Sonic at the moment, but we'll change that shortly. Okay, so let's move that up a bit. Oh, I must apologise. I did get the name of an artist wrong in the live stream of their YouTube channel. So there's a art channel that I do follow. And I think it's Rin Spirit Art. I'll just double check this because the style I'm kind of going for today is inspired by their painting style, and I thought I'd give it a go, basically, but with my own art style mixed in a little bit. So yes, it's Rin Spirit _art. So that's RIN, and then spirit is in like the spirit animal, SPIRIT _art, and yeah, her art is just on another level. So if you guys want to check it out at some point, I'd highly recommend it. It's just absolutely insane. She does a lot of Genshin Impact characters and that, but as I say, her art style is absolutely amazing, and the process is just so fun and so cool to watch. Obviously I want you to watch my stuff, but if there's another artist out there I see, even if it's a larger channel, if you haven't heard of her, check it out. It's definitely up there on the list of ones that I'd like to, well, ones that I like to watch, really. Spoiled Shadow, you'll wait to see your action on the other characters. Yeah, spoiler alerts. It's fine. You won't know the storyline anyway for the lore of the character, because like on the channel, Popcross creates his own lore and narration on it, so it'll be quite cool. Jesse Martin, are you on about me or Popcross? And it is cool if you draw stuff like I do, and like Popcross or any artist does. Just remember, we were all at one point probably at where you are in your level of drawing, so just keep with it and yeah, have fun with it. I will put some more comments up a little bit later. I'm focusing on a bit of drawing while we're talking, as it were. Shadow spikes, they kind of differ from Sonic's in a way, because they kind of fold back on themselves a bit, depending on the angle. And they come in like a triangle and up. And the spikes at the side kind of come. In fact, being a portrait, I am going to get a fair bit from him, but I want it to be maybe not the whole body, but a good portion of it. I think my internet is struggling a bit today, but hopefully the stream's going quite nicely and it's not too bad. In terms of sound quality and everything, I'm hoping it's all coming across nice and clear for everybody. It looks a bit massive to hand at the moment, but I'll shrink this down. So, wait, what are we fusing Shadow with again? We're going to give him a lightsaber and then potentially fuse over the top of him, maybe Darth Maul or something onto him. That's not a problem, Venomized Toothless. If you need to shoot, if you pop back, that'll be awesome, but we'll just see what happens. But thanks for making the stream so far. Slightly smaller than his head. Benjamin Neal asks, so am I going to bring some more variety episodes? Yes, I do have some lined up in future. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be on this Friday's one, but I do have some variety episodes lined up, which is quite cool. So I'll be working on them with the narrators. Like I say, I haven't really gotten to the point where I know what's happening with fully with the Friday's video. I kind of started planning it out for this Friday, and it's the first drawing's underway, but I don't think that's going to be a variety one. That's going back to something I haven't really drawn a lot of on the channel recently, so that's going back quite a bit.
Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Sorry, Ben, you did. It's a habit of reading names out that appear, so yes. I'll try to remember from now on. Yeah, you're right, Ben. I haven't done fusions properly since the dragons took over, but that is set to change soon. I will be doing a few more fusion type episodes. I want to get back to doing a couple, whether they're live streams like this one and we do some fusions, or they're actual episodes. We'll just need to work that out a bit more. Right, this hand's not in the right place. I know what you're saying about the lightsaber, Koi, but for now I'm just going to block out a basic sized lightsaber, and I'll detail that in a bit. Right. That's not the right angle or size, I don't think. This way it comes down. Kind of comes down, feels like an angle like this a bit. I believe that's my Discord. I thought it muted on the stream, but Discord's made a comment. Which channel was that? Just check a second. I will have to mute that later. The channel, not the music, that's just the internet. Right, Koi said about this darksaber. What is it? Oh, this is the one where the lightsaber's dark in the middle and it's light on the outside, isn't it? So let's go and find an image of it. Basically a big knife. It's not too bad. I can work with that a little bit. So on this bit, it's going to have a going to come up here, up there. It's got this angle here and this down here. Line all the way down, and it's going to have kind of like teeth, and that's going to come out that way a bit, and it's just going to go straight up there. Is that the kind of one that you want? Corey, let me know, is that kind of like the darksaber shape that you're on about? I know it's got this weird pattern around it and stuff, and like this over exaggerated handle, which I might have to make a bit longer, but is that generally it? Awesome. Never seen a darksaber before, it's quite interesting. I suppose I want Darth Maul now, don't I? The colour schemes are similar, so it's going to be kind of an easy one. I'm sure Shadow as Darth Maul's been done, but I'm going to obviously sort the tweak of the image and stuff out a little bit, because he can't really have the... Yeah, he can do, maybe. I'm not about the tattoos on the face. There'll be a way to do it. Let's figure this out, because the body's going to change a bit as well, because we want to give him a costume. Well, Ben says, well, it'd be cool to see fusions generate a Phantom and Omni Steel. Also now Max Steel and Danny Phantom called Phantom Steel. Possibly. I've got so many suggestions for me to work through. It's absolutely insane. I'm probably never going to get through all of the suggestions by the end of next year. But I'll give it a good go to get as many suggestions of what I've had from you guys as possible in on the streams and get sorted. So I need a good costume view. I'll give him some robes of some form under his hair just to give him a bit more of a kind of like the Jedi-ish feel. Or Sith feel, depending which way around it is. Take that out mostly, just do kind of thinking one of those long robes, like the first time Darth Maul appeared, he was in the desert area and he put like the hood on it and that. I'll see if your text actually fits on this koi, because that's quite interesting. Ah, cool. So the holder, Koi Fish Gaming says, the holder of the darksaber is the rightful heir to rule Mandalore. It's highly sought after, as the first owner was both Jedi and Mandalorian. Nice. A bit of Star Wars trivia for you. Not Star Wars, Star Wars trivia for you. Alright, figure out how to do his hand in a minute, because I kind of want to... Can I not expand that out? Oh, my app's frozen. Give it a second. We've kind of broken the app. I might have to come out of this and go back into it. 2 seconds. Let's just kill the app and go back into it. That's better. I suppose it wouldn't be Shadow without a... should I do that? Nah, actually I might skip that bit. Oh, he's got a ring on his hand. Let's go back to Shadow the Hedgehog on the reference image in a minute. I have noticed the internet's kind of struggling today with everything. I've probably got too many tabs and everything open, which is a bit of a... Yeah, I'll work on that. Unfortunately, I have only got the fastest internet that's available to where I am, so it's not always the greatest at times. So I do apologise for that, but we'll make do with what we've got. As long as you guys can see the art and the streams coming along quite nicely, then the music can just come and appear as it needs to. a little bit too large, that hand. Koifish Gaming says, your streams are amazing. Thank you, Koi. I have to say, my streams are getting there. I think, to be honest, I think your streams are amazing, and you know, anybody that streams is amazing because there's a lot of effort and work that goes into them. But yeah, do appreciate that. Oh, you've got to answer the question, Koi. Are you watching this on the TV again? Because that was insane when you sent that picture through. That's my 15 minutes of TV fame last time. That was absolutely insane. Oh, Koi's got a question for me. I do have a question for you though. What will you fill the top right with? Oh, and it is on TV. Awesome. You mean this whole bit up here? What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually do an abstracty background behind him and darken it and then make him glow a little bit from the lights, the dark lightsaber light. So I'm going to try and make this work. Not entirely sure how well that's going to go, but we will see. But that's a good question. I think I'm just going to give him a long robe to just hide his legs a little bit. He can be a bit deceptive. I know Darth Maul had a bit more of a design on him, but if I do a bit of a static robe effect, I can kind of probably just cheat on a bit of it. I say cheat, it's... It is in a way cheating, but it's also kind of come up with the lines. So I think that's probably the lines, the rough of the lines done for me for now. Just tidy that hand up a little bit. Just want to get rid of some of the excess lines to make it a bit easier to see what's going on the hand. And then I'm going to do something really random. I've never done this before, so... Oh, sorry, you mean that space above me there? That's actually where the subscriber things bounce into. So if I get a subscription or something like that during the stream, it appears in that spot above me nice and clear. So at the moment it looks like dead space, but it actually does have a cool idea. But yeah, I'm figuring it out, because if I do portraits I can obviously overlay them a little bit. So what I want to do is I need to duplicate this layer, lock and turn that off, set that to multiply, put this one underneath the two. I'm going to pick a background colour that's jump onto this layer and get some abstracty colours in. This is where the fun happens on it. Let's make them a bit lighter. Like I say, I'm going for a completely different style today, so you guys are going to have to bear with me while I try and figure out some form of lights. Maybe there's like a flame in front of him or something with a... Yeah, this is different to my normal style, guys, so You should give him more horns if you're fusing with Darth Maul. I will be doing that. That's coming in a bit later. Galahad 19. I haven't finished fully with his design as such. This is just to kind of get a feel of some of the colours that I can put in for the background at the moment. Then I'll amend the sketch slightly to add a bit more of a effect. I think if I also make that bit darker, that might work nicely. And then if we go back to the sketch layer, I know what you mean with the horns, so I do want to add Darth Maul horns in. It's a good example of them. Yeah, that can be. How they look kind of weird, but yeah, they kind of look a bit like that. So just save a bit of time. Cool, that works for me for that. So now I want to get a what colour do I want to start doing? Let's start with the white. That's a bit off-white. Start working on the eyes a little bit. And I'll lock that. Darker. Yeah, I watched quite a few videos and learned a few other techniques. So alpha lock's really good. It allows you to just work on the layer of the colour that you've put on that layer. So I can just go straight into what I'm doing here, which works really well. And is that B.NN Games says, so like I just joined, what's this all about? Koi's answered, basically it's a real-time drawing of Shadow from Sonic the Hedgehog, but we're kind of fusing him with Darth Maul, so we're just literally just working on painting it. I'm doing a bit of a different style to normal at the moment, trying something out, so it's a bit of a experimentation as such. Just trying to get a bit more of a paintery feel, and we'll just see how the artwork comes out. And then hopefully everyone will like the final result. His eyes are quite vibrantly red, so let's get the red colour first. So this is definitely, anyone who's watched my streams before, my videos, this is a bit of a slightly different style than normal. Kind of weird how it does that, but yeah. We'll start working on making the characters kind of fit in with what they, well, fusing the two characters together and seeing what we come up with. Kind of laying down rough colours at the moment, just basic colours in so that I can get an idea of how things will look on the character a bit. That more purpley. And then it's just build the image up. I might use a couple different layers and then merge them together at the end, just to get these bits to stand out a little bit more. At this stage I can kind of afford to be messy. Just want to get a rough placement of colours and elements in before I can tidy it up later, just to get the kind of the rough placement of it all. So this is kind of like a much more painterish style than what I normally doing, just to I have to say, I'm really out of my comfort zone on here. Oh, so it's still showing. I thought I hit that to clear. Good shout out there, Coy. That's me getting so engrossed in what I'm doing that I'm missing it. I think what I'll do is, on the next one, I'll set the comments to auto clear after so long. Just in case. Got that there. I want it to be a bit more. That's better. B.NN Games says I'm subbing for literally no reason. Well, thank you for the subscription. In fact, if it is still hooked up right and you subscribe, it may pop up on screen in a bit. Go a bit lighter on some areas of this. Tweak that a bit more. Yeah. That's looking quite cool. So let's start working on the horns. Do you think the horns should be yellowish in colour? Kind of like that yellow colour? Or do you think we should go more of a classic dark colour for him? I'll tell you what, I'll try yellow out because that might work quite nicely with a long-term effect on it. So if you're new to the stream and you're still in the chat, then welcome. Just chilling, doing Shadow as DARTH MAUL and having a bit of fun with the illustration, really. Need to find a nice colour behind the scenes for him. Maybe a bit off shade blue. So let's have a look at what this is going to turn out like. Yeah. You gotta love it when your brush strokes disappear. I have to say though, this is really quite fun doing a completely different style than normal. Just literally throwing out a completely brand new style in the middle of a live stream, just going, yeah, I decided I'm going to change this this week, so I'm going to do this today. I didn't have a clue what I was going to do when I started. Put a few polls out. We've come up with
multivitamin tailored to help support the nutritional needs of women.
Shadow is kind of like a Darth Maul Star Wars character with the darksaber, and now we're just yeah. What I'm going to end up doing is merging a lot of these layers down together near the end, and then it's going to be a case of once they're merged down, I'm going to add more colours to it. There's a bit more lighting than what you can probably see on here, so there is actually, it does kind of give a bit more of an effect to it, but hopefully it'll start to show a bit more in a minute. It needs to be a little bit lighter for that to show. So it's going to have a bit of a bluish hint to its colours on the lighter bits. These light bits may change later on as well, so I may take some of these colours like the blur tones and just shift them out ever so slightly. Realised I didn't actually do the other bits for these, so I'm going to go more towards the warmer.
Join the revolution. Rent a phone from Music Magpie from just $6.99 a month and get free yearly upgrade.
So now what I want to do is I want to be quite cheeky. I want to do this and then start working on the rest of the colours. So what colour do we want his robe to be? I suppose I can kind of do his gloves at the moment, so I'm going to do his gloves while we're... Let me know what colour we want this robe to be. What colour do you guys think will work quite well? Are we having a blackish colour? Are we going to have a light brown colour? Or are we going to have it kind of a mixed mash between the two? BNN Games. It's practice, basically. It's lots and lots of practice. I'm ever since I've been drawing, probably over the last 2 years, since I've kind of came back to YouTube and took it a bit more seriously than just creating a channel to show some art, I've massively improved. A lot of watching other artists, studying what they do, and then giving it a go. I mean, in all fairness, this is the first time I've ever done this style ever on my channel, let alone anything. So this is kind of a completely new, it's kind of completely new turf for me. I'm nowhere near used to doing this style at all, so it is kind of it's fun. It's really fun doing something that I'm not, it's out of my comfort zone, and I might do some more of these painted style fusion characters, which would be quite cool. I've learned so many tips as well. So for example, with the whites, you don't actually want to use white, you want to use a off shade of white to a colour, which is really, sounds really daft, but it makes all the difference on what's going in there. So even though I've got this blue colour here, this sort of like bluish tint to it, it's actually a case of I'm starting to feel the shapes up with the colour more than anything else, but your eye kind of fills in some of the natural gaps between them. But if you have it pure white, it looks odd, but if you have it a slight offshot of the colour, it actually starts looking a bit more realistic. Or they kind of blend, your eyes will blend them a bit better. Oh, well, your eyes naturally blend the colours anyway, so it's quite cool. But yeah, so on here I want to actually go a bit more purpley blue for the shadows from the gloves. You just pick it up, but it's all, anyone can draw and do art. And we only got 3 watching now. That's not a problem. 3, 5, 1, 500. As long as people are watching, it's cool. Even if it dropped to nobody watching, I'd just continue until I got to a point where I'm finishing the stream. Just works out how it works out. It will be quite interesting to see how many of the people left are the ones that suggested the illustration, but check that out a bit later. Kind of weird. I mean, I'm a Sonic fan. It's one of the first games I ever played on the Mega Drive, going back years back. Classic Sonic games were awesome, and then Sonic 1, 2, and Sonic and Knuckles were good. Sonic 3, it wasn't so bad, but the originals I'm kind of fans of. I think Sonic 2, when you could have Tails in, was quite cool. But I still remember the cheat to level select now on the Sega Mega Drive. Just even now, which is quite cool. That colour. Just kind of building up the colours and the rough places for them before starting to blend or add more to a colour to make it a bit more realistic in a way for what we want.
Asked 100 people. Name a common phobia. Our survey said
Spiders.
Kingsman fueling family fun.
So, who have we got left? Say hi in the chat if you're still watching. Got no idea who's left. We had 3 a minute ago. Maybe we've got more, maybe we've got less. Who knows? I didn't turn that flop back on. Huh. Okay, 1, 2. Let's put our flop back on. Didn't actually do the lighter colour for this, did I? The yellowy orange colours. Aiden plays. Hey Aiden plays, welcome to the stream. And Koi, thank you for putting a link in the Discord. Also, Aiden plays says this drawing is looking awesome. Thank you. This is still in the early stages, but we're getting there. Try my hand at something different today. Right, this darksaber, I want to get the colours right, so let's bring this image back up. I do have an idea what I'm going to do at the end on his face. I want to add some of the Darth Maul tattoos, but in red, just to add a little bit extra to the effect. But I also need to get this darksaber up and sorted on screen, because that's going to be the interesting one. New layer. Ooh, make that larger. Couple bigger area.
More cats than ever in
Yeah, so this isn't my normal colouring style or my normal process, to be honest. Anybody who's watching, who's new to the stream from Koi's link, I've decided to do something slightly different and do a more paintery style today and go out of my comfort zone, but also to do kind of like a fusion bit to test it out. I want to see how the final illustration comes out, which is quite cool. I quite like it at the moment, actually. I think it's actually looking almost like an animated cartoon series, sort of like a still from it. Nugboy420 says, hey guys, hey, welcome to the stream. Nugboy also says, what are you working on? Shadow was always my favourite. I'm doing a fusion, so I'm taking Shadow and kind of fusing with Darth Maul, giving him the darksaber from the Mandalorian, and then I'm going to kind of like do the lighting effects in the background to add more of an effect to see what happens. So that's what we're doing this evening. I'm just going to keep with this until basically I run out of steam on it. So we're going to go until I can't go on this one, which will be quite cool. I'm just working through various aspects from doing the darksaber to doing bits of the hand that kind of haven't been done on this point. Let's alpha lock that a minute. So I'll be using a few bits of terminology, but basically alpha lock in a digital program allows you to just select the bits on the layer that have colour on it rather than everything else, which is quite cool because it means that you can select just the bits you want. But I'm also trying to get a bit of the colour in on this, just to do it some justice. Aiden Plays asks, how long do these drawings take you on average? It varies on the drawing, so the normal ones on my channel can take anywhere between 4 to 5 hours, sometimes a little bit less. This one we've been going for however long the stream's been going. I think it's something like an hour 35 or something like that. And then yeah, and it's just building this up. I'm trying a completely different style, so I'm getting a bit more of a idea of the colours as it goes in, but at the same time it's also something I've not got any clue on of how long it's going to take, which is quite cool. Ghost Sally, welcome to the stream. Wow, Shadow, that's very cool, thank you. And you've just joined the stream, so hi. Aiden Places, if you can draw these great things that quick, you are extremely talented. Thank you. It's a lot of practice why I can draw it this quick. I'm drawing weekly, so once you get the basic sketch in place, it's just coming up with, well, just coming up with what you want to do on it. I am using a reference though, and they help dramatically. Koi, question for you. Is it a black glow to it, or is it black, like black and white on the outline, or is it black and blue on the outline of the glow for the actual blade itself? Just trying to judge how I kind of render this blade itself out, because I know it's got to be dark in the middle bit. Black with white glow. Awesome, thank you. That was the reference picture I got, but I've seen a couple with like a blue glow next to it instead of white. So I just wanted to make sure I had the right colour scheme for it. block that and add some darker elements in the middle. Nudge Boy says, I love watching the time lapses of stuff in your pre-recorded videos. This is only the second time I think I've caught a stream. It might be, but I do appreciate you catching the stream. Yeah, there's something when you do art and sort of like the time lapse and stuff that just makes it, I don't know, it's watching it fast like the speed drawing, but also when you see the art done, sometimes there's just something that makes it seem it's the best word. It's kind of relaxing in a sense, which is really good and quite nice. But what I'm also doing is actually, that's the point. What colour did we say about the rose? Was it a carbon colour? We didn't like a... I don't want to do the same colour as what he's got on. I want a bit of a contrast. What's a good contrast for a skin colour? Is that really the contrast colour? That kind of like... That can't be right. I'm going to test it. I can always change the colour after, so that's fine. Does that kind of work? I kind of like it. What if I made that a bit more browner? Or darker? In play says, sorry I can't stay for long, about to eat dinner. Will you be streaming for a while longer, because then maybe I can pop back in? Yeah, I'm probably going to be streaming for about another hour or so. So if I'm still streaming, feel free to pop back in. Feel free to watch the stream and catch what you've missed. I'm just going to go see how far I can actually get with this paintery style today. So we're going to see what happens. I might just keep going. But in the meantime, enjoy your food. I kind of think this colour actually works. It's actually working quite well on this. I kind of feel like I'm colouring a page in a comic. That's the kind of feel I'm getting from this sort of like... Nudge Boy says, exactly, watching how it was built is soothing. I'm going to keep your watch time up, but I'm working on a game right now, so probably won't chat as much. Pop in and check once I finish you hearing up. Yeah, no, that's cool, Nudge Boy. Have the stream on, listen to it if you can, let it play and watch, and yeah, appreciate it. Also, have fun on the game that you're developing. That's a task on its own, actually. Hats off to you. That's probably more effort than me doing this drawing. So, well, in fact, I know it's more effort than me doing this drawing. So, yeah. think that's enough for the basics down. Cool. Right. Let's sort this out. So, turn off all the alpha locks. Merge all of these together. Store that. Unlock it. Duplicate that just for safety. Turn that off and lock it. Merge that down into one. And let's start working on this piece.
I don't know how you do it.
Timing for that advert, eh? Thank you. Don't know how you do it. You're welcome. Just draw. Koifish Gaming says, seeing an idea come to life is fascinating. It is. I'm always in awe when I watch other streams and see those come to life from other YouTubers and that, or even just in general, just watching them come to life. It's like almost awe-inspiring how it kind of works. Like seeing this one come to life is kind of weird being on this side, because it's I'm tidying up as I'm going along now, so I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff that's kind of outside where I normally am. I think once I've seen someone do something and I try it myself, I get a complete respect for the amount of effort they put into getting to that point. I mean, to be honest, it's quite easy to copy some bits, but at the same time, making it your own is the tricky bit, and deciphering what they've done. Ghost Sally says, "I've got to go, and I love your art." Well, thank you very much. If you're still here and you can smash a like on the stream, I'll appreciate it. But yeah, thank you for the comment. Yeah, I don't want it on sketch thing. That's why it's not come out quite as nice as I'd like it to be. Much better. Probably should have cleaned up the line work a little bit more before I started colouring this in, or doing this stage that I'm doing now. But that's not going to be a problem. I can colour pick and just take out the bits that I want to use.
That's why we developed neural dual action. It's
I'd say it's a bit weird doing this style because I know what to do, but I've never done this before. Putting a lot more concentration into this than I do in my normal artwork.
lasts longer than paracetamol alone. For all-in-one pain relief, Neuromal.
But hopefully you can see as I'm tidying it up, this should kind of stand out more once it's once it's been cleaned up a bit. Ironically, we're not even at a proper point where it's like I can go, oh yeah, let's stop here. I could do, but we're not at a point where I feel comfortable stopping with this kind of painted effect. Definitely have a newfound respect for anybody who does a painting style digitally.
How did the inventor of the clock know what time it was?
That's a good question, actually. Anybody know? How did the inventor of the clock know what time it was?
What time is it?
It's bedtime, Peter. You know.
No, like, what time is it?
I don't know. Just make it up.
Life is confusing. Insurance doesn't have to be. Don't be confused. BeConfused.com.
Sorry, I'm not talking too much at the moment. I'm just kind of focusing a little bit on what I'm doing while everyone's hopefully enjoying the continuing to enjoy the stream. Jesse Martin says, I'm back. Welcome back. Jesse also says, how long does it actually take me to draw these things? It varies. Depends what I'm drawing. This one, I will let you know when I'm finished because it's the first time I'm ever attempting to draw this style. But I would say it can take anywhere between 4 or 5 hours. So I'd say about 4 or 5 hours, and I do that in between my 9 to 5 job. So I kind of do the drawings that you see in the videos in the week. Usually I knock out 2 videos a week, but when I've got to go into travel into work on a Monday from time to time, I tend to do a live stream. Hence why there's been quite a few live streams lately. And I'm just literally working on bringing the bits to life. Well, I say the bits to life. I'm working on just tidying up the lines and the bits that I'm working on using this kind of painting style or paintery style. Maybe what I should do is I should go into let you guys see the mini picture. So basically, as I do the changes, so if I put a massive bit here, you'd see it on there. You might get to see a bit of the oh, way too large. Cutscenes can be long. Yeah, you're kind of at a cutscene. Cenas Dracosaurus says, I have arrived. Assuming this actually works. I've got a lag here, I think. Here we go. You have arrived, and also, hello. Alright, let's continue this a bit more. That one for here. What have we got? Jesse Martin says, I've been drawing an upgraded Green Goblin type thing. That sounds pretty cool. Nugboy says, dude, this is looking sick, by the way, now that I have the little photo next to what you're working on. Thank you. Yeah, that little reference picture works really well once you get to a certain stage. So I'll leave that up while I work on this one and tidy up the... I guess you want the lines darker here. Make the lines a bit darker as I work along and tidy up the edges of everything. Give it some clean lines and clean edges too. Just kind of sort all these bits out. And then just remember to have some patience while I'm doing all these little details, because you can get lost for hours on the details, but it's starting to come along really nicely on this one for this paintering style, and I quite like how it is coming out, which is really good. A bit darker. Tidy that up a little bit around here. Yeah, I think I have to work on my sketches to make it from a kind of a rough sketch to a bit more of a polished final sketch. In future would be really useful on this. Just taking out a lot more of the rough sketchy lines I've done in between and just having a bit more of a final sketch before I get to this stage probably would make a bit more difference. Not that I don't mind it. I mean, I'm working quite nicely on this, and it's coming together really well. I'm just also conscious that while I'm tidying up, I'm probably doing more tidying than I expected to be doing. Which isn't the end of the world, it's all good fun. Maybe I should add some extra. Not that white now. Right down, that was there. Really, really like. I'll do a new left this one. I'm going to try something really random. Probably purple's better. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Stick to the darker colours, keep the mood of the picture. Just realised now I've got to repeat this on the other eye. That's going to be fun. Jesse Martin says, what is your recommendation on drawing hands and eyes and hair? My recommendation is always use a reference for your initial sketch. That helps dramatically, but it's also practice. I would try and get everything structured from a basic geometrical shape. So if you think of your hand, you've got kind of like a rectangle here that you can make 3D depending on your angle. Then you've got circles for the points, and then cylinders and circles, cylinders and circles, and it's just building that up bit by bit. And once you've done that, it just comes together nicely in the end. But it's a case of getting that, I would say, that practice in. It's just draw them. If you're not good at hands, draw hands. If you're not good at eyes, draw eyes until you're sick of them. But the more you do it, the more you'll learn the key bits for it, which works out really well. Because Jesse also says, I have just started to draw realistic stuff and it's hard, but I'm getting the hang of it. I have drawn Valkyrie, came from the Skullduggery peasant books I read. Cool. Yeah, realism is something I struggle with. Definitely struggle with realism at times. If it's pencil and it's just like black and white, I'm not too bad at it. If it's realism in another way, digitally, I rely on the brushes and the tools to kind of do the extra. I'm not brilliant at I'm not exactly brilliant at doing a realistic. I can if I want to, but it takes me forever. I can't actually paint in real life to save, I say in real life. Other than painting digitally, I can't actually paint. I am terrible at it. I don't know if it's a lack of patience. I don't know if it's just it's different. I can't put my finger on it or explain it. I just know that I am terrible in comparison at painting, really. I mean, on here it's looking really cool and that, but digitally I can change it. I can not wait for it to dry. I can have a lot of fun. But at the same time, it's like I am absolutely terrible at painting in real life. And pencil drawings aren't too great either, but it's just working on it. But yeah, going back to the point, I'm useless at realism, so I'm just doing the best I can with what I've got, skills at my disposal. But yeah, getting the hang of realism, if you can get that, you can pretty much nail any art style. It won't be long before you're becoming really proficient in any style if you're doing if you're picking up how to do realism, because you'll get an idea of the structure of the body and everything with that, which will be really good. Oh, advert starting. Hopefully it'll start what I set it to play soon.
It's the only blaster with
Must be really weird seeing this come to life, because it's really weird from my point of view doing this and seeing it come to life with the eyes, because this actual reference image doesn't seem to have changed much, but I can give you a slightly better preview of the area that I'm working on, so you can see the
Epic 6-star final blast. Or load up
changes a little bit on some of it.
and you can go full moto. It's more than a blast. It's an all-out blitz. The Nerf Moto Blitz. Each sold separately. Eyewear and batteries not included. It's Nerf or nothing.
And unfortunately, this is the kind of the, even though it brings the illustration to life, these bits are kind of like the not so fun bits to do. So
The breadth of services
yeah,
that
no problem,
provides to us
Jesse.
is really the
Thank you for joining the stream, and we'll catch up with you later.
And a foundation that will only enhance your business and your flexibility going forward.
We've definitely seen a huge improvement.
Doge Boy says, yeah, you seem good at the cartoony drawing. I think the whole additive and negative effects you can get in a digital drawing such as this could make it hard to really get the pen sort of paper. Yeah, I think the closest thing I've got when it comes down to pen and paper is the Copic, so kind of like the illustrations behind me. This one. So, like the Kakashi Sensei one, I can get really nice texture effects on it, but doing effects for anything else like the illustrations and that, it is a lot trickier to do, which is kind of a bit of a chaotic bit. But yeah, it's I agree, digital gives you so many more options than you get on paper unless you're using acrylics or something. You know how to layer them just right. Minecraft Transformers says looks amazing. Thank you, Minecraft Transformers. I'm enjoying this new style actually. I might have to do a few more of these. Maybe record a time-lapse version of it or something, so it's a little bit more nicer and neater. But it's starting to come together as a cool illustration. Then I'm going to do something random. I might just add a layer effect over the top of something at the end, like just multiply and just take out some light bits and that. I haven't got quite that far, and there's a lot I do need to do on this to tidy sections up. I keep finding bits as I go along, so I could be here for hours doing this, but I think we'll get to a comfortable point on this evening, and then we'll see where we take it from there. That's the point. Anybody know how many people are watching and how many people are in the stream now? Just kind of curious, because we dropped down to 3 at one point, and there's a few more people, or a few more people have come back, which I really do appreciate. So welcome back everybody who's come back, or welcome back everybody who's talking now. For watching. That's cool. I wonder how many we've had concurrent. But I'm not going to jump onto anything else because music's struggling as it is. But yeah, no, that's cool. I've got 4 watching at the moment. That's always good. I'm going a bit longer than I norm. Well, what time is it now? How long have we been going? About 2 hours now. 2 hours 15 so far. So we're doing good. Definitely a complete change of pace, this one for me. But out of the regulars who are still here, what do you guys think of the new style that we've done today, or that I put in place today, like this paintery style on the art? Do you like it? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's, nah, go back to the old style and save this for videos? Or kind of curious to get a bit of input. Ben likes the old style. That's fine. I'm experimenting on this one. I may just do this as bonus videos from time to time. I do like this style, and I will be using this style for something I've got planned in future, but it's not necessarily one that has to be like for what we're doing here and stuff. It's just something I'm going to be working on. But I'll see how people like the final illustration as it comes out, because I say this is completely new to me, this style, so I haven't mastered it, I haven't learnt it properly. I am literally learning it as I go, which is kind of fun and interesting. Oh, bins are blowing away outside, so windy it is. What I am looking to do is take some of the key points from this style and merge it in with my own style. So it's going to be quite interesting. That's very true, Nudge Boy. I agree with your comment. It's always good to try new things. If it doesn't work out, I can try and build upon why it didn't. But I could also take the bits that are good in this, like the colour changes. So there's a whole lot of colour theory I'm using in this at the moment, believe it or not, that will take the design and do it. So this style may work might work better with anime style characters than it does with the way that I've drawn Shadow, and that's fine. I have already put some of this style subtly into my own artwork with the anime dragons. I don't know if anybody noticed or can point out. Anybody who's watched the video, can you point out what I took from this style and put into the actual artwork? If you can, my hat's off to you, because I'm not sure people would have noticed quite as cleanly what I actually what the kind of merging or what I did was. Darth Shadow. I can tell you guys if you want to know. It was glaringly obvious once you find out, but yeah. Basically, I took the colouring concepts, so the way that you work with warm shadows, light shadows, depending on the colour that you're using to make it stand out. That's why Vegeta's kind of like got the purple skin, but it's got the blue tints to it and that. And they just made the artwork pop, which I really, really like. So it's always good fun. That's what's missing from this piece. I knew I was missing something. Just got to find the right. That's better. I think it was missing that little bit of highlight, which is kind of standing out a bit more now. I think it's starting to look like it's kind of tightening a bit more. Aiden Plays says, I'm back, how's it going? Welcome back. Not bad. You've got this little reference picture that shows kind of like the whole image that we've got so far. I could probably make that a little bit larger. So you've got the kind of this reference picture for how things are, and then yeah, it's going quite nicely. I'm just working on kind of the colour bits for this, so I can there's more effects and layers to go over the top at the end, but I'm kind of building up this almost painter-like style for the character. I'm not too sure about his eyes. I think I might need to dull them down a little bit. I think the highlights are just too vibrant. It needs a bit more of a... I'll dull them down for now, and then I'll pick them back up a bit later on. I may just completely redo the eyes later. Might just knock them out and redo them in a slightly different style over the top. We'll see what happens at that point. The music should load again in a minute. And then we'll just continue with what's happening. Unless it's going to ask me, would you like to continue playing? Yes. I think one thing I'd like to at some point is maybe take this style and once I'm done with this, see what happens if I put certain effects over it. That looks like I'm missing something on my base there. I think I'm missing a bit of that. I was. Wow. Nug boy. Nug boy says, "Ah, my wifey's home. I have to say goodbye for now, though I'm invested. I have to come back, even if later on sometime, to see the finished product. Have a good night, people on my side of the Atlantic." Well, thank you for joining the stream, Nug boy, and good night to you. And yeah, thank you again. kind of insane, this painting process, because it's seeing it and doing it are two completely different things. I might have to come back to that bit. I'm not sure how I'm going to tidy that up just yet. Get a drink a second. Yeah, I probably should have tidied up a lot of my scribbly lines on this. Oh well. Lesson learned for next time. So what do you guys think of it so far? I know it's not quite my normal style, and I know some people like me to go back to the old style for the next stream and that, which I'm more than happy to do. But I'm just wondering what people think of what we've got so far on the illustration. Koi Fish Gaming says it's perfect so far. Awesome. Still a fair bit to do on it to make it finished, but awesome.
When it comes to pain, we only
Glad you're enjoying it, Koi.
attached than ever, my dark hair. Hope they're staying with us for you,
Oops, not quite the right colour. That's better.
Find out more.
Oops. Minecraft Transformer says it looks amazing, thank you. And Coyfish Gaming says, always do, man, everything you make is a wall piece. I'd love it to have it on a on walls all over the place. That'd be awesome. We'll get there eventually. I'm also looking to, as everybody else, build up the community in that, and give a little bit more back to everybody over time. But aim to get there sooner. Well, I say sooner rather than later. Aim to get there at some point. $8,000 Suns, welcome to the stream. Point 8,000 Suns, what do you think of this more paintery style of art that I've done today? Just laughing at the chat. The Titanic. You guys plan to sink sink the ship or go down with the ship? Starting to come together nicely now. I think I still need to do some form of lighting pass on this or effect near the end of it, but it's starting to get there. So we're going to skip ads. Sorry for the time. Cool. So we've been going for 2 hours 40, which we've got an awful lot done for 2 hours 40, and yeah, It's probably about 1 well, it's almost 1 AM here, but I'm going to continue for a little while longer. That's quite poetic, Koi. Right, let's tidy up this dark saber a minute. That's a bit better. I'll add an effect over that lightsaber at the end to make it stand out more and become more of a dark saber when I'm done with it. I never realised how much was involved in this painting style compared to my normal style. I guess by this point I'd be doing my lighting stage after my inks. but working it down to be, I wouldn't have quite such a rendered product by now in terms of the illustration, but I'd have all the flats down, and I'd probably be partway through rendering. I mean, depending on the previous style, I may even be closer to finishing it than I am right now on this one. Right. That's a key. Get to sort out. Koi fish has been hacked by Joyfish. Haha. No, by Joy Koi. This looks so cool from Joy. Thanks, Joy. I'm guessing it's possibly still on the big screen, which makes it probably look even cooler than what most people think. But yeah, do appreciate it. Let's go back to that one. Just tidy up this hand a little bit. Got a couple of brushes that I'm using, kind of like a sketching brush, a painting brush, and a kind of like a fine painting brush, which is working out quite nicely. Obviously I've got to swap between them every now and again and do just make sure the colours are kind of like tying together a little bit. This is kind of like the sharp rendering brush, so it's giving me that nice thin but almost painted line that I've got here. And I can start adding or taking away the lines that I don't really want. How's that hand looking? Well, tidying this up. I'm kind of not really focusing on one area. I'm bouncing between the area I'm currently sort of like tidying up or working on to the next area that I see that just needs a form of maybe just a form of rendering or just tidying it up enough to give it a slightly cleaner outlook. I do want to test a theory though. Let's just test a Anybody got that Disney feeling? I might use that technique at the end. But for now, back to what we're doing. Oh, I basically had a extra layer put on top and started taking it out, and I just asked if anybody had that Disney feeling as I started taking it out, kind of like that Mickey Mouse face from the dark bit, kind of like that effect. So when I kind of like just put all of the, so I kind of like had it all dark like that. And then when I kind of just started fading it away, I started on his face a bit. It's a bit higher up actually. That's like, anybody got that kind of like Mickey Mouse feeling? So it's just taking little bits off to see what happened in a few areas of colour, just to get an idea. Yeah, House of Mouse. That's the kind of feel, but I will probably do that at the end to give an effect. I'm still working through it. Ben says more Ben 10 aliens as kaiju, which I think would be maybe too easy or too hard. I don't know. Well, mouse off screen in this case. I like it. I am planning to do more Ben 10 kaiju stuff. More Ben 10 kaiju stuff on the channel. I don't know if it's going to be in live streams or if it's going to be a series where it's not quite as detailed as that live stream, but it is something that will be worked on the channel. So way big as a kaiju. I've got a whole list of ideas for them. just a slight detour into this. I have a Ben 10 Kaiju, and I've already listed out a load of aliens to start drawing, but I haven't actually done any of the drawing stuff. I've started mapping out which ones I might want to do. So yeah, so it is in production. It's just because I do lore with the artwork, I can't just, unless it's a live stream, I can't just draw the art, which is why this is quite a nice change of pace. But the other thing also is, if it's a case of adding lore to it and making it a series, I need to write lore, script it, come up with it, and then do the art. So as much as I love everybody's ideas, I can't knock them out as fast as I'd love to, but I will get through them all eventually. Alright, so we've tidied that one up a bit. I don't want to tidy that. I tell you what, this ring's bugging me. Definitely want to tidy this up a little bit. I appreciate that, Koi. Really do. I do pump out the art reasonably quickly, as fast as I can get it to go. But yeah, I tend to just work for it as what I can do and what I can get. The fact people actually enjoy the art and, you know, the stories and stuff is absolutely awesome. I don't know if your comment popped up. I think my internet's lagging a little bit, so it may have gone a bit funny. I have a bit of a random. I know what's missing from this. That way, specular light. I also need to go darker. It's where everyone goes, what's he doing? Why does he just cover that entire piece up like that? And then you zoom out and you go, oh yeah, there's a shadow there. No pun intended. I just realised what I said. He zooms out. Oh yeah, there's a shadow there. Oh, it's getting late. Dad jokes are coming out. That was quite... If anybody gets that joke and thought that was funny, yeah, Coy, I knew you'd get that. Oh, I can't believe I just did that. That's... Oh, I'm gonna have to clip that out. Clip that for a YouTube short. That's gonna be awesome. Like a really, really, really quick 5-10 minute short going. Yeah, there's a shadow there. Ah. Right, so that's gonna kind of become the colour here. Dull it out a bit. And that, going to take on the end of it there. And just come in there slightly, same as on this bit. Because unfortunately, being like a gold effect, even if it's in the shadow, you have specular light. So I'm hoping that kind of looks a bit more realistic. Kind of works nicely. Oh yes, Koi, definitely a tired brain working here, but it's still working, which is the main thing. I think the hardest thing on doing this is I have to picture where the lines are and then where the colour's going to go. So even though the pencil sketch does help, once I erase a certain amount of the lines to do the effect that I'm after, I kind of... It's kind of, that's it, that's my guiding factor point gone. It's like, now I need to remember what I want to be done in that area. But I never could get my head around this technique before, so I'm hopefully doing it some justice. And hopefully the reference picture is kind of helping for what I'm doing. Of course, says be right back. Dr. Robotico. Oh, remember my question about Disney villains as good guys? Possibly. I also remember someone suggested turning monsters into Disney princesses. But Disney villains as good guys, if you've suggested it on my channel, it will be in the, or suggested it on a stream or something, it's most likely in one of my epic lists that's on the, in my, well, I use Notion as the editing software, so it'll be on one of the epic lists in there to be fleshed out and to be worked and developed on, to kind of bring it back. And Gopher Dude says, I'm here. Welcome, Gopher Dude. I haven't done Loki yet. We started off on the stream sorting out bits and bobs, and then I've ended up doing Shadow as like a guy with a lightsaber. We didn't actually get a chance to go around. To be honest, I got in and I was setting up the stream, and at the start I had some technical bits to sort out, and I completely didn't get round to it, so I do apologise. On the plus side, if you want a plus side, Loki is definitely going to be in getting sketched very soonish. I do apologise. I was planning to do Loki at the start as a warm-up sketch, but I haven't gotten around to doing that. I started sketching some rough poses and some lines out for this, and then we ended up doing Sonic as like, oh sorry, Shadow as like a fusion with DARTH MAUL, and it's kind of come out quite cool in a completely different style, so it's kind of gone a bit awry, this thing. There wasn't anything super planned. Shadow Lorian. Yeah, pretty much. He's yeah, I'll let you see the larger version that we've worked on. So we've done quite a fair bit in the 3 hours that we've been doing. Yeah, 3 hours on the stream, and I'm finally getting the kind of like the base colours sorted out before super working on like the shadows and the lights and stuff. So it is getting there. It's quite interesting actually doing this. Kind of figuring where all the lines are going to go. It's a completely different style too, Gopher Dude. I mean, this is more of like a painting style than my actual normal art style, so everything's kind of gone different to normal. And this one, this is kind of like completely. You're lagging. Am I lagging, or is it just what's going on? I know the music has stopped, and I need to probably start that back up. But my connection says it's green and good there. Let's check the connection in YouTube. YouTube says the health is excellent. It's going well. 4 concurrent viewers. I don't know how many are viewing at the moment. I think we might have 3 viewers currently. But it's not doing too bad in what's happening. Average of 10 minutes for the concurrent viewers, which is quite good. And yeah, just working through this shadow illustration really. Just doing some painting. Oh, you're lagging. Sorry, I was 3 hours late. I forgot about an after school thing. Oh, no, that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all, Gopher Dude. I didn't expect to be, in all honesty, I didn't really expect to be still going right now, but I've kind of like started this almost alternate style that's happening now, this sort of like painting effect, and I'm just continuing with that at the moment. Oh, I need to alpha lock the layer. There we go. So 8,000 suns. Hope I got that right. Says I was asleep, so I'm 3 hours late. Yeah, no, sleep's good. Sleep's overrated, but sleep's good. Go for Dude says I didn't expect you to still be streaming. Go for Dude, I didn't expect to be streaming still either. I was expecting to be in the land of Nod About now, but I'm really enjoying this kind of like illustration and where it's going. So just continuing with this really. And Dr. Robotico says, speaking of Disney villains as good guys, I took the liberty of transforming the Horned King from the Black Cauldron into a good guy, and I named him the Crowned King, which I'm showing you all a link. I don't think links can go on my live stream chats. I'm not sure about the settings. Unless you're on the Discord. If you're on the Discord, Dr. Robotico, then fire that in and we'll have a look a bit later. Why does Dr. Robotico sound like a familiar name? Are you on the Discord? Not sure if you are. If not, I tell you what, if you can't put a link on the chat here, you're on DeviantArt. Oh, that's quite cool. I'm on DeviantArt as well, but I haven't updated in absolutely ages. Go for Dude says, okay, so the time you estimate to go to sleep, prolong that by the time it takes to sketch Loki. Go for Dude. I was planning to go to sleep like about an hour ago. Didn't happen, but I'm enjoying what's actually happening now on the artwork in the stream. I see when the music keeps up. Oh, that's quite cool. Dr. Robotico, you based it off Ivo Robotnik, or as he was originally called, Ovi Kinderball, because his name's backwards from the... Don't know if anybody knows this, but in the very first Sonic comic, Dr. Robotnik was actually a good boy. Well, I say a good boy. He was a good guy called Dr. Ovi Kinterball, and he developed the sneakers, and Sonic was actually a brown, not so cool, spiky, porcupine-looking hedgehog, and he was running on the treadmill, broke the sonic barrier, and that's what made him the explosion made Sonic blue and full of speed in the original comic, the very first comic that ever came out, and it turned kind of fused him with a rotten egg, turning him into Eggman or Dr. Robotnik. A bit of trivia for you there, because I used to collect the comics, but no, that's quite cool. I like the fact that it's related to the subject matter. That's really cool. Hey, Go for Dude, how do you like the new comment feature? Where we kind of pluck comments out from what you guys put in the chat and have them appear on screen. I can't take credit for it. I'll take credit for implementing it, but I haven't got credit for figuring out how to do that. That was all Koi. Yeah, that's all Koi. He's got a video on it, and it just basically, yeah, he's just nailed it. So spent a bit of time today while I was in the office on my breaks, just whacking that together for the stream. I'm so glad we got it working before the stream though. It's absolutely awesome. Since links won't work on the streams, perhaps I can explain who the Crown King is. Apologies if each comment that I'm sending one at a time, so I'm sorry if large comments won't fit, so I'll have to do yeah, that's okay. Just make sure you give people a chance to message in between sending them, so it doesn't look like you're spamming down. But no, that's cool. If you can give a bit of a brief description on your sort of like good guy version, that'd be quite cool. Always happy to encourage people's like ideas and that where I can, but also I just got to be mindful of other people on the stream too. My Discord's going off. If that's anything for me from GoForDude or anybody, I'm not going to be looking at it until after the stream finishes, just as a heads up. I don't know if it's from what's happening currently, or if it's somewhat different from another server. Just thought I'd mention it. I'm also potentially putting a new event on the Discord as well at some point this month. I'm going to actually have an event created. I've been thinking about one, so I might get that sorted, done and dusted. GoForDude, I can't write this second because of the drawing, but I will in a little bit. I will look at the Discord, but I've got to balance things out, I'm afraid. Unless GoForDude's just announced about the Loki thing and just took over the Discord again. I wouldn't be surprised if you did that, GoForDude. He's one of the new active heroes. Koifish Gaming says, but welcome back, Koifish. It should load in a second. I asked for watch hours. What, on my videos or your videos, or YouTube just give watch hours for free? Because if they're going to give them, just chuck them out, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that would actually be really awesome if they did that. Ha! I like that. Go for dude, you've been told. Patience, you can't rush arts. AFK turned into asked. But AFK is supposed to be away from the keyboard. Although I suppose if you didn't use a computer to ask, then, you know, kind of technically got away with it. Well, I appreciate it if you've done that. Thank you, Koi. If you've done that, like requesting watch time on, you know, for my channel, that's absolutely awesome, and I do appreciate that. I am pleased to announce I am over halfway towards the watch time goal that YouTube sets, which is absolutely amazing to get that far. So more watch time would be awesome. If any of you guys want to watch any of the other streams after, please feel free. If you've got time. Go for Dude says, at Dr. Robotico, it can and I will. Go for Dude knows that I don't get rushed onto doing stuff if I'm in the middle of something I'm enjoying. And I will backread. Well, I say backread. I will jump back in the chat after the stream, because I might not get a chance to during the stream, and I'll have a read of your all the information you're kind of dropping into the chat there, Dr. Robotico. I've caught little glimpses, and it's quite interesting. So definitely want to have a look at that a little bit later. I have to say, it's really weird doing this painting style compared to my normal style. I know I've said it several times throughout the stream, but it's so different to what I'm used to. In a good way. I'm really enjoying it. It's nice to do a different style or a different take on something and just work on it, which is always great fun. It's just a case of working it all out bit by bit. That's some of that bit of stuff, so yep, this bit. Go for dude. Unfortunately, this style cannot be speedrun. Literally, there's no way to speedrun it. I would love to, but I am going as fast as I literally can do on this. It's not one of those ones where you can just go, yeah, speedrun done. This is literally a case of this is going to take as long as it's going to take. I'm not working with something I'm used to in terms of art style, which means it's going to take longer to finish off, as it were. Sorry, there's not a lot I can do about that. You're actually going to have to be patient. I know, it sucks. Go for dude. We will time you out. I know you want me to draw Loki, but we will time you out. I can't just stop this right this second to draw Loki, I'm afraid. And I mean, Loki is kind of taking over the Discord server. I mean, Loki's in the Discord server. Loki's in the Multiverse Story arc Tales. Not the actual, the Venomized one, but he's in with the narrators, sort of like story plots and stuff. So, a little bit of patience, boyo. Loki's got more exposure than most other people have ever had on my channel. I'm sure he's taken over the Discord bit by bit. Yeah, I know he's won the campaign, Go for Dude, on the Discord. I can't remember what the campaign was for. I generally cannot remember what the purpose of the campaign was, other than it just started on Discord and you kind of converted everybody one way or the other. I have to say, if you're a real campaign manager, you are ruthless, Go for Dude. You are absolutely ruthless. In a good way for campaigns, but damn. Koi fish finally downstairs. Yeah, that's your nice setup now, so you should be able to see everything a bit nicer and clearer, I take it. I think one day I want to have a second person on my live stream here bringing up the questions and asking me the questions as I draw. So I'm kind of, without being rude, I'll be ignoring everybody, but I'll be answering the questions, so I kind of get it fed to me like a Q&A. Omen Heart, welcome to the stream. I've just noticed that you've just put E like twice, but hello and welcome. If you actually put a proper message, I'll flag it up on screen like a hello or something. I'm more than happy to do that, but you're gonna have to do a proper message. It could be something as simple as a hello. And then as soon as the chat catches up for me, I will... Omen Heart says, what are you talking about, Dr. Robotico? Also, hello. Hello, Omen Heart. Dr. Robotico is talking about how they've taken the villain from the Black Cauldron and turned them into kind of like this hero. So they've dropped the information into the chat after asking. So it's kind of interesting. I've caught little bits here and there, and they've called them the Crowned King, which is quite cool. Let's clear that. It looks like Koi Fish has a question. Ah, wrong one. The chat moved. Koi Fish, do you have a question? You put hashtag question. Or is that to let people know to put hashtag question to make it a bit easier to see? My Crash Transformers, me too. Right, let's get a bit more of this in. A little bit of depth to it there. Dun. Sure, just do it there, so it's like some underneath his top. Let's make it so it's like he's got some under his top and hood. So that's pretty much the flats and basics done in like 3 hours. I say 3 hours, about 3.5 hours. No hashtag question pops up for you. Oh, yeah, it makes it, yeah, question becomes bolder at that point. Okay, so we've done that. So now we're working on the effect. What can I use for the effect? Nebula. Corey, you're the expert on this. Does this look more like a darksaber now? Nice, Dr. Robotico. That's a lot of information, but there's a few bits in there that I quite liked the look of, so I will read that through properly later on. Omen Hart asks, could December's community redraw be our own D&D characters and or monsters? I've kind of planned it out, so it is going to be kind of your own stuff. Yeah, it's always your own stuff when it's submitted. No, I did plan it out, and there is a whole excuse me, there is a whole type of I was going to say, so I planned December's out already. There's a whole storyline that I'm going to work on, and a whole kind of a mood that I want to do on it, which will then allow us to have a bit more fun with it. So I'm going to have fun. There will be a D&D character one after Christmas, and a Venomized one at some point after Christmas, probably January and February will be those, but I don't know what order. December's is planned out to continue the storyline, and it'll be an interesting one. I'm going to spoiler alert, but that's why I'm going to reveal a little bit of something about one of the narrators we don't know much about at the moment. That's what I'm going to say, but it will be awesome. White sharp edges with lightning pattern up the blade. That's cool. I will tweak that in a minute, Koi. Just working through. This and kind of working out where I want the. Kind of want the main focus around the middle. Obviously the lightsaber's going to have a strong glow. And then Gaussian blur that a little bit. Might clear the blend mode actually. Let's have a look what happens. That's quite funky. Wow. He's gone super shadow. That's not bad, but I quite like overlay, and I'm going to do something else. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take out that entire layer a minute. the mask. I missed whatever was mentioned. Haven't got a clue what's going on currently. But yeah. Justin, have you been here the whole time or have you just come back? Either way, you say looking cool, Dempsey. Thank you. I'm just working on the lighting effects and stuff on it right now. Which sentence? Was it the one about the what I'm doing with the layer effects and sort of like the big glow? Or was it something else? Because I basically had this on like a massive layer where it was like super bright before I put on an overlay. And it kind of had like this really massive glowy bit behind it. Fair enough, Justin. I know the feeling of that. I do have something I haven't actually finished off on the character. Just realised that, so I do need to work on that at some point. But that's not going to take too long to sort and do. What else have we got? Oh, about the Crown King. Okay, you know, I said there's some interesting points in what you've got that I quite like from the little bits I've seen about the story that or the info you're writing. So I will have a look back after the stream at it properly, or tomorrow, because it's like 2 AM here in the UK. Later on tomorrow, I'll jump back into the stream, sort of like chat history, and see if I can read it through properly to have a proper look at it, because it does seem quite interesting. Oh, I like that, Justin. That's quite funny. Justin says, I imagine the lore. Shadow wants to sell his Star Wars fan fiction to Comic-Con, but the 50 people out of the car will purchase it, but not all of them will because they think he's a rip-off character. Yeah, I wonder how this would actually sell at a Comic-Con. I might have to go to one next year and find out. I just turn it down up. Okay, so that's quite cool. Yeah, so I need to come back into this without these extra layers on. Well, those for now. I just need to tidy up this bit, because I haven't actually done the tuft of his neck properly. Yeah, if you're going to post it on your YouTube channel, then yeah, I'll check it out. Just drop a comment to say that it's on your channel on one of my videos, and I'll get that straight away and I'll go and check it out, because that'd be awesome. Right, let's tidy this up a little bit, because I need to start getting this to a point where it's kind of done, kind of not done, or kind of done actually. I want alpha lock off on this. I got two things I want to finish on this before I can even call it remotely, slightly, in any way, shape or form done. So we've got a couple of things. First off is this tufty bit around the neck that I want to do, and then I'm going to see what it looks like if I take some Darth Maul tattoos and I make the red version around his face a little bit, or a different colour version of the Darth Maul tattoos, or some tattoo bits. Just want to see what that turns out like. It's probably going to look really weird or really cringy. But we shall see how that turns out. At the moment I just need to block a section of this out. The Crown King is completely human. He wears dark blue robe with white cuffs on both sides. He wears a silver king's crown with emeralds, white foxtails on both shoulders. Nice. I am completely no good at doing anything like hair related, so this is kind of going to be a, it's either going to work or it's going to flop, but either way I'm just going to see how it goes, and it'll probably be something to work on for next time. Need the lighter colour to come out. Probably much brighter than that. Actually, that came out quite nicely. So if I turn those back on, then what we want to do is we want to add those two back on. Just want to that one clipping mask. Just want to boy, is that kind of like the darksaber now? I need to sort of bit of lighting out, but what do you reckon, Koi? Does that look a bit like he's got the lovely saber in his hand right now? Goes up the middle of it. Oh, okay, so you've got the pattern going up the middle as well as the sides, so it goes all the way up. Can we add rim lighting to Shadow's face? He's got a little bit on the side, so he kind of does have some rim lighting to his face already, but potentially, I think I know what you mean, so yeah, we could have a look at that. Go for dude. Have you only just noticed that? That's been there for a while. I find that quite funny. That's quite cool. Okay, I will okay, I can stop it being on the sides. That's not a problem. That's That's easy to do that. I just need to add the lightning up the middle, looking a bit more. More like that, Koi. I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? On the blade. Let me know what you think of it. Yeah, so that's kind of the full picture, and that's kind of like the blade effect now. In terms of some rim lighting, I just need to right, let's see what we've got in the chat because I missed a bit. Dustin says, am I planning on playing Sonic Frontiers? I was going to, but the price of it is quite expensive, so I need to look at that potentially. Omen Hart asks, are you planning on doing the Doctor Who villains as dragons anytime soon? It will probably be one of the ones that comes up either in December or January, that one. I've got a few that I'm behind on that I want to get done, where there's a few event things happening coming up. Also, it's a heads up, there's a shorter time frame between, well, it's about the same time frame, but it's a shorter time frame for me between November and December's community redraws. What else? Justin says, Black Clover designs as dragons video potentially. Yeah, I've got to. I want to space out the dragons a little bit at the moment, so it doesn't become just a channel for dragon type for just dragons. So I want to do some more of the variety and the dinosaurs and that. But well, I've got so many dragon ideas for when we get back to it. It's going to be absolutely insane. Well, this style does take a little while to do. But I do think it's getting there. What's that spell I used? I'll have a look at the chat again in a minute properly. I'm just... adding some lighting to the character a little bit, just to certainly bring a little bit of a light to a couple of points on the character. Very faint. Not too much, just the... couple of small points. I don't even know what the time is anymore in the UK. Oh, it's only 2:20 in the morning. That's not a problem. He says sleeping at work tomorrow. I think that's probably the character done. Well, except for one little detail. Why not? I'm going to put a little signature on the bottom of this one because this was awesome. And I think that might do it, unless, was there one more thing I wanted to do on the... Oh, yes! Yes, no, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not done yet. Can't be done yet. I want the painter brush. Right, I need an image now. What have I missed? Justin's asked, will Dempsey make a custom narrator for Pop Cross to potentially voice? What, on my channel, Justin, or just in general? Because I don't think that will happen as such. I can't exactly get him to voice characters on my channel. he might very happily do a couple of lines for one of his characters if it doesn't interfere with his schedule too much and that, because he knocks art out faster than I knock art out, basically, on a tighter schedule. So that's something, but that's an interesting question, that one. Justin also says, sleep is just a cheap tactic to make fun things seem impossible for a set amount of time. I wish it was only that cool. It's just a case of sleep is something we need when we need it. I haven't even finished this one yet. I need a Darth Maul picture again. So his face has got this funky pattern design on it. That's fine. Yeah, that'll do. So this might be a bit interesting now. Do we need more tattoos on him, or do we need more bits? What have we got? Justin's asked, how much would you pay Shadow if you sold this? What, to his Comic-Con fan amount? If he's buying it, I'll give him 50p. But if I'm selling it, I'll sell it to him for like 50 quid. Gotta be like a businessman. No, I haven't got a clue, to be honest. I've never drawn in this style before like this, so this is kind of a bit of an interesting one. I could keep going with the detail, but I could be here for hours working on this. Dr. Robotico says, by the way, Dempsey, do you have a DeviantArt account name so we can stay in touch in case you're interested in my work? Yeah, it's should be Dempsey. I think it's just DempseyJ or just Dempsey on there. Just Dempsey on it. You should be able to find me. I'll probably add it to I'll add it to the links in my channel banner tomorrow, so it will be there at some point tomorrow for the DeviantArt account. I'm pretty sure it's just Dempsey. You'll recognise it. Some of the artwork will be on there, like some of my earlier artwork. I haven't put anything on. I might actually put this on there, and then if you look for this shadow image, you'll find it. Koifish Gaming says, what's this style called? I've got no idea. It's kind of like a painted rendered style, so it's just digital painting. I don't really know what the style is. It looks really cool though, the way it's come out. I think the only thing that I kind of might need to tweak, I think the attention gets drawn to the ring on his arm more than it does to his face. But all in all, I think it brings it around the image a bit more, which is quite cool. Yeah, I will have to get back to you on that, Koi, to find out what this style is actually called. Ah, cool, you found it. Awesome. Yeah, there's some really old artwork styles. I've not updated it in absolutely ages. But you should recognise it. If you got the Dinobots and you've got characters being venomized and stuff. I can't remember the last thing I put on there, to be honest. It's been a while. Justin puts, I feel this art came out similar to that Android 21 came out. I did. Yeah, the Android 21 was a completely different style. I went for more working on the values of the lights and the shading, whereas this one works more on the colours before I get to the lights and the shading. So the process is swapped around a little bit, but that Android 21, I went through a phase where I did super detailed artwork, and it took me like 8 hours to do that Android 21. And in comparison, this may not seem as highly rendered as that one at the end, but this one I think's got more. I feel this one's got more to it. This one looks like a completed piece, if that makes sense, which I'm really pleased about. So I think I'm potentially done here on this one. I don't think there's much else I can do. I could add a bit of extra rim lighting around the other side of the cape for him, but that's about it. I think for this attempt I'm going to leave it here at this point. I think I don't want to push it anymore. There's a few bits on this I think I've done really well, like the hand and this section here has come out really nice with the lighting and the effect. Obviously, like the face and like the Darth Maul bits are on there, they look quite cool. And yeah, I think I definitely think this is kind of like in the right spot to just stop this bit here and not do anything else. Go for Dude says, what would Optimus look like venomized while transformed like a truck with a mouth? I'm not sure. I did venomize him with an upper body shot, which is on my wall over there, and it's on a video on the channel. I also went through doing individual illustrations on the channel at one point where I had like Optimus Prime was venomized, and Hot Rod and She-Hulk is more of a story arc, and I focused on one character more or less the majority of the time, even though I spoke about a few. But yeah, I think this is this one's probably come out really well, and I definitely will be leaving it here on the artwork for this. What are we calling him? Got to think of a name for him. I'm going to put Shadow Maul for now, but we need to think of a better name. But yeah, that one it's come out really well. Oh, there's a really good question here. So, Justin says, if my narrators went, basically, if your narrators went to a Comic-Con, what would they do there? Next time would float with Demonica, or Demonica decided she would see what gory art or cosplays are going on and try and find out what's happening. Aaronfold would probably be confused to high heaven and want to slay everybody in cosplay, especially ones that he doesn't really know what they look like. And Dino Dinoclaw will probably just sit there in the corner, or just look around it, just leaving their narrators to just get off the trouble and not really worrying about it. I think that would be that would probably be it for what they do. Either way, they would cause an absolute ruckus. Shadow Streak more, maybe. Sorry, that's just slided along to the next one in the list. But anyway, Shadow Streak more, Shadow Streak. Dude, thanks for amazing stream. Came out great. I have to head better. Koi-fish, don't worry. I'm going myself in a minute. But thank you for staying for the stream. And Minecraft Transformers, glad you agree. It's an awesome stream. It was really fun, this one. And really pleased with how this came out. I will post a community post with this out later. And I'll update the thumbnail to show Shadow Maul or Shadow Streak, whatever he did. I'll just probably call it a fusion one, but I think I'm gonna have to call it there for the night. Go for dude. Remind me the next live stream we do, because we do one next week. Low-key at the start. Jump onto it or Discord it or something. Remind me Loki at the start, and I will do that drawing sketch for you of Loki at the start of the stream. Did get round to it this time, so I do apologise, but we will get that quick sketch. Well, say quick. We'll get that basic drawing of Loki in for you on that, and then once we've done that, then we can continue with whatever's happening in the next stream. It might be another fusion one, but yeah, I think we'll call it there for the night, because I've been going for nearly 4.5 hours, so I'm going to get some sleep. Thank you everybody for joining the stream, and I will... 2 seconds, let me just make sure I've got everything sorted. Slight change thing. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining the stream, and I will catch up with you later. You probably won't be able to, because you'll probably still be in school. That's cool, Go for Dude. We'll discuss it on the Discord then, sorting out the best way to sort that. I might even just set a reminder on my phone or something for the next one. If I don't draw it beforehand for you, and then give you like a little bonus thing or something of drawing it. But no, I will get that picture done. I said I'll do it, so I will do it. I just got a little bit hectic and swamped away today, but after drawing for 4.5 hours almost, I'm gonna have to call it a night, because yeah, I haven't really stopped yet. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed how Shadow Streak Maul, I think is the name we've got at the moment, came out. And yeah, I will catch you in the next one.